Hello, hello. Back to this afternoon. And before anything else, anything else, I cannot think. I'm gonna double check that the line is not there. Oh. Pew, pew. The Adventure of Clouded Coconut. So yeah, here we are. Check around here and find out Mr. Karadebs and his maid's secret. They're hiding something. Look at the enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from you. What could be behind it, I wonder? And hiya, Blue. Ah, now Sapphire chose to come alive. I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Miss Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Him. Hi, Herlock. What's going on? What's he doing over there? He's looking at the views and showing his views at us. Mr. Sholmes! Ah, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when do you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? Again to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. But sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Wi-Fi really hates tweets. Give some hate back to the Wi-Fi, maybe it will start to work, you know? Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Oh boy. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through it again so soon. Back to the dance! Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you are prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. My hands are tied against my mind will be history. What, like, is what grind? Time for Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Something. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Karadeb. Though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. There's one medal. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that this is all too clear to me. And hiya, mommies. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing a presence of ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man has broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. Technically, yes, they are spot on. But the conclusion that we are going to see is not gonna be spot on. But technically he is correct. In technicality. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire. Answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Why was my list of games not sent? I don't know what list of games are you're saying or meaning, so you know. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So. I can see in chat but not in screen. I don't even see it in my chat. Like, if you did Blue send something previously. What peach? Z. Wait, peachy. Wait. What's the middle one? So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go again. Punishing Prairie. That name doesn't ring any bells to me currently. Nature of the Beast. Came from Worcester. Like I said, the name doesn't ring any bells. Maybe I have seen like some screenshots of it before. Maybe not. Hard to say. The shadows will take a great detective to see that the fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Carrigan, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Oh god, here we go again. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, king of beasts. What is this rifle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. Chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from this it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Captain. At Patty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir. The circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. As a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Mr. Cat, you will see. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Carey, it is plainly clear that you still have a deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blight post, the distress this loss has caused you is veritable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visits. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for pay. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out on one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of carpet, we need only to look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than beast with an unsatiated appetite. Oh, I was thinking like, why is there no mouth movement for my model? But I forgot that when I'm testing around with the with the model stuff, I can keep it smaller. I'm sorry, it's gonna. No, I saw what, that the mouth is not moving. I saw it. And nuts. It bothers me because I know there should be bigger mouth movement. Because with this model, I have to have the like mouth multiplier at like 5 to make it move. But when I'm testing around with the new model, it doesn't have to be that high. So I forget to put it back up high for this one. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said to a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy. Tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. A carpet muncher. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with the toes of lion I once saw in India. Sure, buddy. So instead of eating the two walking meat people, it would eat carp. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah! is the matter with you, John? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Caride. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelation can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again. Again? What? Could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Well, your deduction just now. Do you really think a lion would have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for its facts. Only? Terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, certainly Mr. Carideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beasts using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Even a lion, my man? Oh, what a glorious notion. It's a lion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deduction needs. You can do it. I'm not certain if I want to massage him, you know. Excellent, I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsuma's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning of Sherlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Slight massage, yes! Workable. Now we're gonna get the actual truth. It shouldn't take a great detective to see. Remember, I did say that technically the original, like, rampaging beast and Mr. Carrier losing something precious, those deductions technically are correct. But the reasoning that Sholmes is giving here is not. It shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Carrier, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Carrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Carrideb's gaze. It will lead us to the true answer. A photograph frame. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Carrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but I can't make out his bride. No. Oh, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to develop it too deeply.
Take that!
Maybe it's the wife? That... It just looks like that. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Caridep. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscure, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, certainly any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. I don't know about that. Honored might be stretching a point. Yeah. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged through, was your wife, Mr. Caridep. Yeah. Chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider this unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. This? You say a roundabout way to call someone fat, it is... Well, they are commenting about her, arm strength and such. Well, yeah, it could be counted as hinting a little bit more negative stuff. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside her. Poor, fragile, defense. Don't know about that. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of Mr. Caridep anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Miss Caridep's wife could be. That is not a small wedding ring, I have to say. She's wearing a very large ring. Look! Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger on her left hand, which means... It's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know, Mr. Caridep's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory of these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Take that! Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your fingers gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Caridep's bride in his photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Caridep's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Caridep herself. Oh my. War. Oh. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes. My joy. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was ballycorker. Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather just. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Carideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Carideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Carideb. The nature of a beast. Because what is a mightier beast than an angry woman? No, an angry wife. Woman's wrath is already scary, but a wife's wrath, oh my. Does it really matter? We are finding out the truth what happened in here. Or are you talking about like that doesn't matter if they like what the maid thing is found out? It matters to them because they would lose like their, let's say, social standing if it's found out that they don't have a maid in the house. And in this society, well, it's quite important. Now, Mr. Carideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that light pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel revealed by the supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Carideb's wife beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. Mrs. Carideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Carideb's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Yeah, let me show what that actually signifies. Look at that! Look at that mark! A clear handprint! Please, Louise. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Carideb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard! I never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Take that! Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. It was you, Madame Jeanne Carideb. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the places... How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slaughter? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Caridep to fly into a rage. And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of pills that has given rise to pain you suffer. Did Mr. Sholmes say that the pills were all for a lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that being responsible for gobbling up all the food was Mr. Caridep's wife. Mr. Naruhodos is a person, not a thing. Yes, well, he's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round face. One so hard that if it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such a force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Bookmark. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Caridep is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, no it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Let gasp. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate, indeed. And she's already angry. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Ah! Yeah! But I don't know the Pale woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, John, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been... Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Ah! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Rouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out on one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the Tower of Cakes. Let them eat cake. But sure, Mrs. Caridep didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Carridep's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! The candlestick! Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most ill-making, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, the scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Carridep's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder, and in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, but the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent nor vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bare its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sure. I salute you! Well, at least she caught him, you know. Didn't let him fall to the floor. Elementary, my dear Watson. It's just a long winter night, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. By all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an abacus. Here we go again. And the carpet was destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor. Afraid to say it was happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a polythene. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted a horrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. It didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The poly furniture started going up as well. We'd had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Carridep. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. Yet. And all of my favorite old novels in that piece. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things. It was the mist outside with the smoke from this building. Well, I mean, smoke would be a much darker than mist. And it's London, so it is just mist. It is just mist. Hi, Rex! What a terrible sight it must have been. Smoke. would there be smoke that much smoke at this time frame? But it is mist. There was a back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. Shit. I assure you that title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. The poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turn out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Leyte could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got the bottom of Mr. Caridep's situation now. But what does this have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I didn't say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that! Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it the time already? If we are to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to... Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Carrick. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Joseph will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Now, man, you're on your own. See ya! Mr. Sholmes, do you want to go into a tea break, you know? My throat is parched after all that talking, you know, and dancing. He's not an otaku! He's a Japanese man! He's not an otaku! For heaven's sake! It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car... Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Caridep's house. I know thee not, old man. Call to thy prayers. What are you calling an old man? You rum-looking pimini. once again, otaku is somebody who's trying to mimic a Japanese culture, you know? Like in, let's say, like in anime style, they would use like the Japanese language in their everyday stuff, like suddenly being like, kawaii! Things like that. That's more of like a, like, otaku, you know? No, wait, otaku is more of a nerd. But he's more of a book. But he's more of a, like a... But even then, isn't otaku more of like an anime fan? He reads British literature. He does haikus. That's not, you know, otaku stuff. If anything, that's quite... It's not an otaku thing, it's quite high... How to say, like... Scholar thing at this time to be reading that many books. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella? Hey, what are you on about? It's the best otaku. You guys are just trying to make something appear that you wish. This is some kind of like a hidden projection over here. Not even hidden. He's basically forced to read the British literature. It's his job. He's just a student here, but he's basically forced to do it. Because he's great nation order. Excuse me. What the... Who are you now? I'm sorry, just look as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Yunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, see? A lawyer? What? I never said he was hidden. Not projection of all your things, but projection of being an otaku. So you have to see otaku everywhere, because like, I cannot be only one. If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Not everybody is like you. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. You mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a plumbing nun to you? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Easter maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Caride residence? Oh, fair Easter maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Caride mentioned that he had another lodger. This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words, never called the good therapy. Sorry, battle, do you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Mac? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't really understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good, gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as a lodger, the Carrier house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. 19th February. 6:30 p.m. Local prison, cell 9. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is the true friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. They observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of the eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is fared. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been delightful and cost me not a penny. Thanks, Sholmes. But if you answer my question or ask me something at work right now, use up the supervisors out so you can take it easy. It's fine, it's fine. You get some breathing room right now at the work. God, I cannot speak today. Today has been a little bit of a hectic day. Like I'm gonna have a little pause with speaking. I was rigging like I do. There has been like thundering and storming today a lot. At one point I had to like close my PC. I'm like, shit, my work. Later when it was already calm, I continued with my work. And the puppers was with me because, to give a context, the family dog is afraid of thunder and heavy rain because of the noises. So he was here in my room, a little bit shaking around, but he was calming down because there was no raining or anything, and it hadn't been rumbling for a while I was doing work, until suddenly, like this big, gigantic boom. It took like our electricity for a moment, which sucks because I was just done rigging apart and I didn't get to save because, electricity got cut off. But man, did our pupper sprint. He sprinted to the outside door, because there is a small itty bitty room there. I can't remember the correct word for it right now. So he just sprinted. I'm like, nuts! I run after him. He's shaking so bad. He's like, he got so startled. He got so attached to my hip, like he refused to leave me after that. I'm like, no. I'm first scared of my dog. My dog is similarly scared of fireworks and thunderstorms, so she likes to be with me or hide on it. He broke more outstairs some practically student. Are they big puppy or small puppy? Big dog. they are half Alaskan Malamute. Fake dog. Well, I was literally in middle of a motion doing that. And so no, it did not, like there is no automatic saves in Live 2D. I don't think, at least. I don't have anything. I manually save like all the time. Just in case something happens. But I was in middle of doing something. And I was not expecting, to lose electricity suddenly. So of course it did not get to, to save before. I didn't know that he's a big guy. Yeah, I went to like sit on the sofa and he just climbs onto my lap, which is a little bit painful because pony elbows. But it was so shaking and like sitting on my lap and every time I'm like, it's fine, it's outside, you're fine. And he just keeps shaking around. I'm still bitter about my work, but I cannot do anything about it. It is what it is. But Shana, there went like half an hour of work because I was doing like manual mesh to the stuff, so that was taking time and I was testing that it was working. And at that point when I was testing out that it was working like in motion, it closed on me. Electricity went out and I'm like, no! No! And then I had to run after the dog to make sure that he was fine. It literally was like electricity off. I'm like, no! And started sprinting after the dog to see that he's fine. Even I jumped, even I got so badly startled because, like I said, the raining and the rumbling had already like mostly stopped. Like there wasn't any like big signs that there was any storm going on anymore, and suddenly there was just out of nowhere that big boom. The funny thing about our doctor is that he was fine before with like thunderstorms, rain, like noises. He was fine until this one specific day when there was some kind of, I don't know, I can't remember, was it like a show or testing day for, there was like a lot of planes going on, like planes flying, like jets, I think. It was really like loud. Even I was scared like that day. But that terrified our puppers so badly that, nowadays he cannot stand loud noises at all. Before that, he was fine with thunder and things like that. After that, whatever flying day, he was never the same. That was bad day for him. But yeah, he got traumatized. Now he gets like this when there is like thunderstorms and things like that. Or there's just rumbling in the sky, or even like a heavy rain, even if there's no rumbles. If the rain is heavy enough, he gets scared. It's, poor Delta. Can we get them flashbacks there? Yeah, because even the problem with that like flying day was that it was almost like a half a day. And it was so loud that it didn't matter if we closed the windows and everything. It was like the whole house was shaking basically when they went overhead. Like it was bad. Like I said, even I was scared. Like, no, oh boy, We are gonna die today. Yeah, I got traumatized bad. It's just a difference to our old dog who didn't care about no fireworks, no thunderstorms. He was sitting in the windows looking at the fireworks going off or thunderstorms like, wow! Not our current dog, no, he cannot do that. Or poppers. But yeah, maybe I should continue with the game. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. Ah, yeah, that I did. Ah, you! How dare you! Sherlock Sholmes! Ugh. I've had it. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to the Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is... Something? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhoda? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed, for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Cursed trial. Mr. Nashima, what did you mean by what you just said about the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. It's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Well, technically yes, and technically no. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it secondly in 16 salient words. The defendant has ever no defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Was it true? It was 16. Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill. What? I am impressed, Mrs. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper! Van Zeeks is quite exceptional man. However, in London Court of Law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ha! 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 Flipping fur in my mouth. Ah, that's good. Sasaki-san looks like he's going to cry. Cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. Gift from your dog. I don't require that gift, but that is a gift that keeps on giving, you know. Especially because he was so stressed, so he's shedding even more now than normal. Like, he sheds a lot, because, you know, a Malamute. So he sheds already a lot, but when he's stressed, he sheds even more. And this day has been full of stress for him, so... Oh boy. I hate my shit when I'm stressed too. Should come them once in a while. Oh, we try. The problem with our puppers to, you know, trying to calm him is that he tries to run away. He doesn't really let us. He enjoys it, but he doesn't, like, stand still, and he tries to avoid to the best of his ability to, you know, to not be calm. Which is a problem when he's a powerful dog that if he doesn't want something, it almost requires, like, the whole family to hold him still so that we can do it. Sure. Our puppers is a problematic in that sense. Like, he enjoys it, like, in a sense that if we stop, like using the calm, he immediately comes back like, why did you stop? Do it more. And when we put that against his fur, he's like, yet! No! Anything but that! No! We stop. Come on, give me more. So it's... So it's a workhouse. It's a workhouse for that. And like I said, he's a Malamute, so he's basically shedding year around. It never stops. It's an excellent system whereby dependent guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Yeah, it do be like that. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. And they all work with us, that's why we like it. Oh yeah, like, how to say, our puppers is really a brat. A pain in the butt, but we still love him very dearly. Never would change him. It doesn't mean that he's not a pain in the butt though. It doesn't matter that he's not a pain in the butt. But he do be only a brat. He's only 2 years old, so he's still a pup. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters, witnesses, and so on. Oh yeah, that the comment about, you know, however public opinion is partly somewhat easily manipulated. God, is that like noticeable, especially in internet. Oh boy, is people so like quick to jump any like bandwagon. Like, jeez Louise, what was the like thing that I was just watching? Oh yeah, about the like Markiplier and you know the hate wagon that he got that he's using AI, he's promoting AI, he loves AI, and I'm like here like, huh? He's been promoting an AI on his podcast. Like what? Same podcast that I have been listening to for years? You're saying that he's saying he loves AI on that podcast? Like, no, he did. Like, yes, he did use AI on a couple of years ago in like a couple of episodes. In one episode, like at least 2 episodes that I can remember top of my head. But yeah, that was like a couple of years ago. And if you listen to like any podcast, like I said, I have been listening. I think I have listened to every Distractable podcast because I listen to them pretty much as soon as they come out. He's always been warning about the AI. Like he talks about it and like the technological advancements, but he's always like, it's not good still. One has controversy. It was some false alerts. Oh, it was so much false alert, but people were just jumping into the hate wagon like, AI, he's using. Oh, I'm like, Jesus, people do not check anything nowadays, do they? I'm like, jeez Louise. That one guy said that he is pro AI, so it must be true. Like, I'm like, that one dude said it. What's his proof? How to say? The public, like, it was a public opinion, is really easily swayed. Absolutely, especially in the internet. Like, if somebody has done actually something bad, and there is evidence. Note, if there is evidence of that. Depending on what the crime is, then it's good to call them out. But so many internet like hate wagons or cancel culture stuff, they come from basically no evidence. One person said something and suddenly this like avalanche movement has begun. I always hated that other let's say person A has been accused of something. I always hate the person A. They were always suspicious. Like, so is there any proof of the bad doing? Like, I'm not gonna say immediately like they are innocent. They might have done whatever they have been accused of. But I want some evidence because there has been so many cases that cancel culture has just jumped on somebody until you, surprise, later found out that it was baseless. It was baseless thing. But that person A's career, relationships, like everything has been ruined. Has been completely ruined because somebody chose to be like, they are a bad person. They are a bad person. I'm like, that's why nowadays I'm like, you really require some kind of proof. Like, I'm not gonna immediately say like that's not true. Like, it could be true, but unless it's proven, like with some evidence, I will not completely believe it. The famous producer in the long movie, Markiplier. Markiplier. Mark. Like I've seen so like couple of in the years like the big controversies that people just jump into the hate wagon and then realizing later like, oh, it wasn't that. It wasn't true. The great big example that can be thrown that most people would know is the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing, you know? I don't know much of the details. Because I didn't like follow that closely along when everything came out. But you know, the huge hate that Johnny had before the trials and everything began. And then when the trials came along and, you know, we found out some very bad things about Amber, suddenly people's opinion be like, oh, son of a... Oh no. But it just was like this huge amount of hate that Johnny got. Like losing all like job opportunities and stuff like that. Just in one go. To basically a false alarm. It's so horrible. It just... Like, that still pisses me off. Like I said, what Amber like accused Johnny is like serious stuff. Like, of course, you never cannot dismiss such things immediately, but there has to be some proof too. Especially if you are accusing somebody of like serious stuff. Because that serious stuff, like in Johnny's case, can ruin things. That they are accused of that. Especially when we found out about like I'm not gonna say that Johnny was perfect. But, you know, I think Amber was like the bigger bad person in that. And that thing. But yeah, I'm sorry about going into this rant, but this is one of those internet things that I always like pisses me off when especially VTuber sphere is like, God, it feels like there's drama every other week. No, every single week. Let me correct myself. It's not other week, it's every single week. 95% of the time I would say it's a very petty drama. But still, when people just, you know, jump into the hate wagons without even thinking, it's always like, oh God. I always say, keep open mind and listen to both sides, and then make your conclusion and, you know, evidence. Because in internet, it's really easy to lie. It's so flipping easy to lie. And it just bothers me. There is something real. It's basically is, but I'm like VTuber sphere that I hear that it's like high enough. It's basically like every week something. Because I'm not in Twitter or anything, so only way I hear about these things if they were big enough that somebody made a video out of it. You know? But it's just... I don't know why people have the energy to go those things. Like, I'm not in Twitter/X just because I feel like people are so hateful in there. So flipping hateful. You don't feel like it. Even though I know that I could reach out like maybe a little bit more people and stuff like that through that, but like I'm gonna never have like the atmosphere and like Twitter and such. But it's just, I don't know why people cannot like, no, you don't like a person. Okay, block and move on. Why do they have to engage on stuff that they hate? I don't understand. News VTuber thing. Yeah, like who talk about like I follow Rima Evenstar, like they usually do like the bigger stuff like something like that. That is basically my only way to know some stuff. There's some either get been just giving up with another bit of this drama. Through that. I couldn't do that. Like, reporting on every drama that I see just because personally that would just get tiring. I'm a gamer. I wanna play. Oh, I wanna play. The only reason why I follow some, how to say, new, like, these kind of VTuber news and such is to be a little bit on top of, like, some stuff. But not enough that I will be like, they said something like that. How dare they be all angry about it? I'm just out of curiosity and to at least know a tiny bit what's going on. But I don't know. Like if you, I guess I once again apologize for going into a rant, but hey, these streams are for me to talk. The game just has to be paused because I cannot play this game while, you know, talking about other stuff. You can be... I don't think that is necessary, you know? But yeah, it's just... Like, the only reason to like the Twitter stuff that I would like to go into Twitter would just be able to reach out to some. You know, to reach out to people. But man, the atmosphere there is just... Whew! And I don't think like, some people be like, oh, then go to Blue Sky, it's better. I'm not certain if that is better, you know. I ain't quite certain if that's, you know, any better. So you really... Yeah, it's... like that, those websites would be good in a sense to market, but at the same time, I'm like, God, I don't have the energy. Blue Sky is important for reaching out to creators and sponsors. Yeah, like I know many creators like find each other by through like something like, you know, Twitter/X and message each other like, hey, would you be interested? And things like that. Like in that sense, I know I should do, and you know, to be posting out like if I do the debut, like, oh, there's gonna be a debut stream on this day and things like that. But... just feels exhausting, you know? Even the thought of that. And my biggest worry about having something like Twitter would be just, I would almost never post anything there. Like, I'm already a bad person, like messaging my own Discord. Now you're telling me I have to post in something like Twitter, like what's going on? Like, I don't know about that, boss. I don't know about that. I post a weekly sketch and post before you start stream. The schedule is not gonna work with me. As we know. Meanwhile, I'm complaining about biting my tongue this morning. It is. Hey, that's a horrible thing. I'd say like the schedule stuff is a little bit hard for me because, like I said, I always play around a little bit around my mood. Like, what am I feeling to play today? What do I feel like playing? Do I want to play this? Do I want to play that? So it's it's hard to make a schedule around that. By any means, maybe I should continue with the game. I got to like such a talking mood suddenly. Maybe because with this game I cannot as freely talk around. When I'm like playing other games, I usually can like have when there's like action sequence, I can talk around that, but with this game I cannot. Formen has been staring at us for so long. We just have to enjoy my voice. Like I have been thinking so much like should I or should I not make Twitter or not? Like part of me does not want because God, pain. But at the same time, I know that technically, no way is anybody following me. Is anybody gonna follow me in Twitter? But like the potential to reach out and stuff like that. It's like there. I'm been drinking water from my chakra one. I don't know, next, so you're on your own then. Yeah, neither do I own like technically I have account in Twitter for my like VTuber. I just haven't done anything with it. It's only there so I can check other people's tweets and such, because Twitter doesn't show you like usually the newest posts unless you actually have like account there. Like I said, at the same time, like, who would follow me there? Would it really matter? Okay, back to the by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway it, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. By the way, I really missed the whole 3D model. I personally prefer the 2D. Even though I do have a great nostalgia for the 3D because, well, used that for so long. I used it for so long. But personally, I would say I prefer 2D. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. That's alright. However, Those indicated by Lord Van Seats cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may seem... Adjudication? May see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London. I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I knew it. I'm dead, Dodo, done for doom. Doomed, I tell you, doomed. Cursed lodgings. When you said accursed lodgings, before you were referring to your room at Mr. Kadrip's house, I assume. You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice a strange feeling in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about... I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. This is a paranoid and anxious good combo. I had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it appealed to me straightly. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless sleep hall, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. To believe. Yes, to believe. To believe! I know, I gotta believe. Now he's in my living room. Now I can play on my PC without worrying about overheating. Oh, if only I could not worry about that. Mr. Sholmes? Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case of the Assespore, if you recall. That case. The one with the snake? Yes, the one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes, you mean... because you were a criminally dressed, shady Eastern fellow found within the victim... with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. I'm quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it, but I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. Defense lawyer is only good as his faith in his client. Yes. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, this time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. I thought I heard a smack on my door. Giving me a heart attack. Jesus. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent ramen. Would you care to join me? Wants a hug. I'm more worried about it that it's the family that they suddenly come in. Hoppers, no. No, he doesn't really hit my door. And that sounded more like somebody knocked a fist on it. I'm like a... Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time. For the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not... Ah! Tair? Thank you for the follow! The representative was found guilty. I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or how to believe in? But I think I've finally worked it out. I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes! But I just scream. What, you want to startle the poor man? Cryptic, I thought you were a masochist, not a sadist. and my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available. I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. I got my karma. That butterfly just scared me and I jumped off my chair. Don't worry, it started me too. Why is it me? Why is it me and Clover wanting to fit into the cell and Crypticus wanted to punish everyone in the cell? You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Look at that bottomless cup. Miss Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. Who knows, maybe I want him to jump on top of me so I can coach this. I don't believe that was your original idea at all. I don't believe that even for a moment that was your idea from the start. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kasama believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. I know, I gotta believe. Toshikana has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help. Fight his. I just wanna pick one thing about Fancy real quick. Does it have? Aw. Nah, it's not that. Right with how much air he will get, he will something blend, and I don't think. This guy's music mix. Triumphant music. Nah, I don't believe it would switch around just like that. Tomorrow, in court, with all the strength I can muster. Keep doing. He has chosen the masochist route. He's not gonna fail on that. February 9:23 a.m. The old Bailey Defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Would have thought we'd be back here again so soon. We are on a study tour to Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practice. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as a research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Is this the next trial in Britain? Yes, this is the second trial that we have in British soil. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. You all literary people take things so literally? No, I didn't miss too much. You haven't missed the most important Baroque. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although locum student Mr. Naruhodo is choir. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. To be honest, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-known look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord 16? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord 16 is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Somebody hit the patapon, Dusky is asking for it. And hi, Dusky. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Man, he's hot. Ah, no, he's hot. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord 16's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Hiatus? Bar on right side of the door has a pine moss. Cryptic beep, pay attention to the background characters. The trial of Magnus MacGill. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we couldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? Or what appears to be a mundane murder? It's not a murder! That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. But it's not a murder! She's alive! The victim is alive! It's not a murder! I develop unhealthy relations with I hate it, but I'm growing reliant on it. That sounds like an addiction. Mundane? Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. obviously. The reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Despite it has is the bottom one. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary person. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo. Your uncommon bad luck. Ah, son of my bad luck. Like, I know it's a problem, but come on. You don't have to bring up that. Thanks for that. How's the stream been going? It's been, I would say, going well. I got to rant a little bit, so the game was paused for a while. I was ranting. But now we're back in the business. So, this is my stream. I see where your true loyalty is like. Need to get a loan point, but what the point is important? No points. But a point. What? Is there ever help me? Cryptic being wombo comboing from YouTube, from Geek side, from Twitch side. Everywhere. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with just a frail fortune? Why, the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, I was the only one that accepted. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with a little in the way of experience or skills. Or luck. Especially luck. God, the luck do be very bad. For both me and Naruhodo. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum's assistant, Miss Mikotopa Esquires. I sacrifice luck for durability. Well, let me correct about my luck. My luck is usually, quote-unquote, what is the funniest in the moment. So I can have extremely good luck that will flabbergast everybody, or I can have the worst luck. There is basically no in between. It feels like my luck is based on what could be the funniest in that moment. I am your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness. For as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Roll the insecure like the moment. Well, let's see. I don't own any dice, so let's online D20. Can I find something like that? Let's see what it says. Let's roll. One. Son of a... Son of a... I immediately rolled a 1. For heaven's sake. That is some bull. But I'm gonna spend over 60 hours and for just a couple of That is basic touch. Alright then, Mr. Nut. It's time. Let's go. Yeah. Yes! Is that a lucky number now? I don't think so. If you are, how to say, in D&D rules especially, if you are rolling the D20, no, one ain't good. The one ain't good. This is it. My second appearance in British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. Depends on the outcome. Well, I mean, it's a natural one, so basically anything that I would do would fail. If we are playing D&D, as far as I know. Like I said, I have never played D&D. But as far as I know, it's a basically 100% failure. To what I was trying to do. Anyway, I cannot stay long. I'm wiped after stream. But later stream. Understandable, Dusty. Get some relaxation done. I hope you're watching over me, Kazu. Because this time, I won't let my fate favor. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. You're feeling. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a combatant, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Help! After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. And it has started! That is true, Cryptic. You were first in the YouTube side. Very true, and most fascinating, if the art trial was too. Oops. Wait, did I read? Very true, and most fascinating, if the art trial was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted in his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Yeah, impartials, yes. The guy that I was accusing before. Yes, he is impartial to me. Like, yeah, yes, he is. Oops. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. But I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. And once again, these juries are randomly selected, yes. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that the mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. the bot fan. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Code 16. Very recently, Great Britain has signed an alliance with rising power in the Far East. Yeah, like they end that is like these juries are randomly selected. I even said like in I think in the first trial when they mentioned that they are randomly selected or whenever it was done. I was like, yeah, randomly. Even though we will see like always one or 2 or 3 familiar faces in the flipping jury. At least, like there are like some new characters. I think at least for a couple. But yeah, like we choose these guys at random. Like yeah. Out of all the London populace, we somehow get the like 2 of the 6 people that we know. Like yes, yeah, random. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in Far East. The accused is in the dock today is a student from that same land, certain Mr. Soseki Natsu. And while our country has extended its foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of most sinister act. Man, that did not take long. God, wasted wine and wasted chalice. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Ah. A dreadful Japanese. Oh boy. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Okay, sorry, didn't quite catch it. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chapel. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Potato. It's because I didn't mention potato. Where is it? Your name and occupation, please.
Potato, wham! Potato, wham! Potato, 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 potato,
Yes, sir. Tobias Griggs, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought. I was. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Very elaborate on the details, Inspector. And drink wine, drinking and no one later. Well, technically, Barak has not even taken a sip out of the wine. Oops. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around... around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside the prior road. A wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by accused and stabbed in the back. Bless you. Oh, thank you. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she is currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. Well, Jackson, Jack, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Oh, hello. How's it going? Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the document as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered into court record. That's where you stream. And what is the I'm not gonna let the Discord name to be shown. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the streets now. With that heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab a poor woman. Even this crack-looking Sosekisan, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. What is a potato test? Thank you, Inspector. Court accept the blade as evidence. Jackknife has been entered into the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possession, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Written out in the there's something like what it's for. Let's spell about it. Our podcast is entertaining. I would say sometimes it's not like a bot itself behind like this person, but they are still like, you know, a scammer, of course. At this moment, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! Stop looking so nervous! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Objection! Jesus! Man! Was that necessary? Somebody got a wine bottle to the head in the in the audience. already got the wine to the forehead. Oh my god. What a wasteful man this is. Man, he must be rich. Pray forgive, he discards, flinging a freshly uncorked bottle in the public gallery. Sometimes cameras get caught in that. They'll be too caught up in their scam. Simplest request that questioning them either confuses them or they get angry for being questioned. I went to even there was a scammer, but I called dibs on the wine. What? To be smashed by the bottle, or you just want to drink the wine on the floor? the spilled wine. Pray forgive the discount of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed. Well, forget. Abort. But it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusual light fall. Visibility was reasonable and good. Reasonably good. God. And there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found Globe to arrest. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have photograph here for the scene. Here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are spinal spring, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Francis, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Soto? You go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. There was a plague of leveling pots in Chronicles 14 years back and making them unstable. What is one is in written out with letters was sure way to either find the pots, never answer or put out one, or get some try-hard people get really pissed on me stalling the dungeon run. But as a tank, I had the privilege to do whatever I wanted. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the soulless silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, I do say, with Final Fantasy XIV, I started with a tank class when I started playing it, and I enjoyed that a lot. I was a warrior, I think, yeah. I enjoyed that a lot, but it just, how to say, got a little bit overwhelming because it felt like, you know, because you're a tank, it felt like people expected you to know, one, the layout of the dungeon, like where you're supposed to run and everything, and two, because I don't like pulling too much, so it always took time to get through the dungeons with me. It always felt like, huh? Yeah, it felt like I was just getting in the way. So it got a little bit too stressful for me, so I haven't played Warrior in a long time. Even though I enjoyed that a lot. But it got a little bit too stressful. Sometimes when Square got somewhat under control, the players ended up making own parties and never bothered with players. I think there was some incident with the, because I'm using free trial currently. The PvP stuff, like some of that was open before for free trial people, but because of the bots and everything, it's not open anymore for free trial people. Like, I don't really mind that much, but there was some pretty armor there. Come on, I want it to be pretty. Yeah, tanking can be intimidating. Usually 14 players are pretty relaxed if you tell them that you are new and or not sure about tanking yet. Yeah, but there's one problem. I cannot remember if I can send me, like, currently. I cannot remember if I can send messages in dungeon because I'm a free trial. Because sometimes, at least to me, if I remember correctly, I don't use much chat, like the chatting feature. The couple of times that I have tried to write something in the chat, it has been like, you're in free trial, so you cannot send a message. I cannot remember where, like, in what positions that was. And 2, I play on console, so if I go to the chat window, I have to, like, stop my character's movement and just be like, you know, the virtual keyboard and try to write a message, which will take time. Which in a dungeon, when people just go off and run, I can't really do that. Can't really do that. Suddenly a little scream and collapse onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Instead of I had to get away from there, I found busy with control. I stopped type 2. But like I said, I have to use the virtual keyboard that the controller has, so it's still, like, slower typing. And there's me. The dungeons, stop playing too much socializing. Yeah, how to say, I haven't really gone into any dungeons by myself that much. Like, if I have, then I have gone to some dungeons by myself, but usually I'm like a bestie, help! Because, yeah, well, I usually play that game only when, only with my best friend. But it's so bad because I play it so sporadically, like maybe once a month. So I go into a dungeon and there's like some mechanics. I'm like, I have no idea how does this work? I cannot remember. Also, you're trying to talk to them if they don't like waiting. But I feel guilty. Like, yeah, they couldn't wait as, like, you can be like that, like, they can wait. But I feel guilty. And then I will have a miserable day the rest of the day. Like, I keep thinking about, like, oh man, I bothered people. Oh, nuts. I was terrified I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Oh, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Slam! The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. he is almost a part. We have afraid to do anything weird. Mr. Natsuma's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusual light floor. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought, he was on his way from bookshops.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The cloak's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please? Please, Inspector. Break-in! Hello! But if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearscum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Don't worry, he's here. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. The local map information has been updated in the courtroom. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of this crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us would turn out to be vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Because I think we have a note with the books that our defendant, was borrowing, and that had the bookshop's name. Didn't I? Second-hand book receipt. Your books. 17th of February. It's your books, not Bourbon. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Of course you realize this means war.
Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way from Bourbon, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Present second-hand book receipt. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and the details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Yeah, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsuma did indeed purchase a number of books at the second-hand bookshop. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from Bourbon Books. It's just a small place I didn't think the accused would have known of. Objection! Echolalia is a repetition of vocalization made by another person. When repeated by the same person, it is called echolalia. It is profound form. It is automatic and effortless. There's a name for a serious condition, the compulsory repetition of sound words. Oh, that is a name! When repeated by the same person. Echolalia can be categorized as either immediate or immediate after the stimulus or delayed sometime after the appearance of stimulus. Ah man, we get a sinus effect about. New information. I did not know that's a thing. I did not know that's a thing. Develop pediatric presentations immediate echolalia might be as follows. A child says, "You want a dinner?" The child echoes back, "You want a dinner?" followed by a pause and dinner response. Yes, what's for dinner? I do say with myself, it's not usually if it's everyday conversation. Like those, I don't copy unless it's said in a like different than normal way. You know, if somebody like put more emphasis on like one word or does like a funny noise with that, then I mimic it automatically. And like I said, I got this one. Mitigated echolalia refers to repetition in which the original stimulus was somewhat altered. Mitigated echolalia refers to repetition in which the original stimulus is somewhat altered, and ambient echolalia refers to repetition. Echolalia appearing in individual with immersion of environmental stimuli. That's television program running in the background. Echolalia don't mean you do it always enough. To me, like, it's just... I guess that's... Yeah? Dementia. I have a bad memory. It's not dementia, though. I can somewhat see myself in that because like sound effects and, you know, funny noises to me, I do repeat those automatically. Echolalia can indicate also either autism or Tourette syndrome. What's Tourette syndrome? We got in the science facts. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. The what? Okay, give me a moment. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm sorry, I'm reading here. Disorder in childhood, adolescence, it is categorized by multiple movements, motor tics. But this one vocal phonic uncontrollable spontaneous movement for saying things properties dedicated. Ah. Well, at least the cussing is not my thing because I don't cuss at all. The autism thing, like some people have said that I exhibit like some, how to say, like, would the correct word be symptoms for that? But that has never been like, how to say, checked or anything. And I don't know. At the same time, I've never been in a sense that as long as it doesn't affect my life, like affect my normal living, it hasn't really mattered to me much. There's one test that I've been thinking about someday getting, and that would be the like ADHD, because like there has been talk that I could have the ADD, but that is counted nowadays to the ADHD. Like the ADD doesn't technically exist anymore. Like it's part of ADHD, like it's called. But like nothing's diagnosed. Like it's just what's the word I'm thinking about? I don't know. I think it's better done than necessarily need diagnosis. You can match your life more or less like so-called normal people. Yeah, like I said, some people have said that I show some signs, but it doesn't affect like quote-unquote normal living. Get peer-reviewed by Nudes. Well, yeah, Nudes has said that I exhibit. Here I ain't in here nice. She likes repeat cute sounds and phrases. No. I don't know. Like, it's fascinating to think about, like, if there is, like, specific thing that it is called. But at the same time, I'm always thinking, like, just one of my quirks, you know? Like, it's fascinating to think if there is, like, an actual name and, like, some quote-unquote reason. But at the same time, I'd be like, it's just meeting. It doesn't affect anything negatively, so. Yeah, it's fine. I just, how to say, the repeating of sound bites less, like sound effects. Like I've done it all, like I would say, for a long time. But during streaming, I have like truly noticed, like, oh my god, I'm such a like a parrot in with some stuff. Like, oh goodness. I think with the soundbite and stuff like that, it's especially easy for me to just latch on to them because they are like, how to say, their own sounds. Like you guys put patapatapon, suddenly it's not included in anything, it's just its own thing, so like I can latch onto it and I'll be like, patapon. Oh, 5 seconds since I have last chain what? This is the receipt that proves it. Objection! Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have this written up here, if that might help. Might be of help. Yes, thank you. I think, like, Cryptic, you were in the, when I was playing that Mario Party in stream, God, I made so many sound effects because of the, like, the Mario characters do a lot of sound. Yoshi! Like, I just, I did so many repeatings. Censorship. Licensure. Look at this place. If the defender had been returning from Bourbon books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed the location at all. Would that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Okay, I think that's where I was getting myself. Inspector Crickson, where is this your books establishment? I do say one thing about the new model. I think the jiggle physics are a little bit more smoother. I do say that. You know, gotta put a little bit of a tease for that model. Gotta tease it out a little bit. Well, obviously we'll look into that. Turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Merscom Street going east.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Model is true. The new model? No. But yeah, I think they are a little bit, I'd say more smoother looking than what I have here. Just here on the next corner of Merscom Street going east. The local maps information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. Our learned Japanese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with just witticism. Your future career in the service. Grr, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. Oh my, Susato is going for the throat. Oh my. I didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your book instead of Bourbon books, there is no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Would that be a certainty? Because I don't know. To my eyes, it doesn't seem like that much shorter route to go that way. I don't know. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Rip just want to be thrown by Susato. Whenever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Man, how many glass shards do you have on your palm? As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution assertion is correct, members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your book spot. Objection? The assertion just made prophecy is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Oh no. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the road suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Raid! Nixie! Nixie! Hi, how are you? How was your stream? What were you playing? Think you were dreaming. Welcome in to my madness. To the medical conditions and to the sometimes to the courtroom shenanigans. Event fort. I'm just playing some Genshin today. Oh, Genshin. God, I had to re-download Genshin at some point to my PlayStation so I can get some things done. I had to delete Genshin for a moment so I can download WoWa and such to test them out. To test them out. I have to get back to Genshin. I have to finish the flipping Natlan storyline. I have to finish that. What were you doing in Genshin? Were you doing like story stuff or were you just, I don't know, grinding? Natlan does take forever. Yeah, and I think I'm relatively... I don't think I'm even at the middle point of the Natlan story. Currently. The last thing that I did was... I was talking with Capitano and the... What's the boy's name? Okaran? What is his name? Talking about like Mavuika keeping a secret or something. I can't remember the exact details. But yeah, I don't think I'm that far in the story. But the Natlan story just doesn't hit home, especially after like the last story. Like that was so good. Fontaine story was so good. I think that my biggest reason why I haven't really connected with Natlan's story, like it's interesting, but Natlan's characters themselves, Natlan as itself, it just feels so disconnected from other parts. Like yeah, it's like the quote unquote main thing, like they are basically their own thing there, but at the same time it doesn't feel like Genshin. Like the characters in there or anything. Like it just, they don't feel like they are in the same world at points. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well at all, but it feels like such a disconnection. They have guns, they have motorcycle, like Mavuika's motorcycle, oh boy, DJ tables and these kind of things. I don't know, just somewhat feels wrong. I like it. I think it's better the further you get into it. Hopefully. Like, I will have to finish it because I want to continue the story. I want to see more because I usually do like Genshin story, like not Genshin, Hoyo stories and characters. Like I said, the biggest reason just would be like the Natlan characters just don't feel like they fit into like the rest of the Genshin cast. But it might get better. Like, because they're like getting farther in. Like, I might change my opinion. But it just has killed like my current excitement for it. But if I'm gonna re-download Genshin, I might have to delete WoW. That isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was. Objection! Talking back to the clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, accused took the obvious route back to his lodging and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Objection! Yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsumu which route he took home. He cannot remember. I didn't check these. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound back. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was clean from personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Wow. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip, a small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. What a spotter, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. This knife is missing a piece of it. Oh, your books. Your books, my books. Obviously, we must take a man. Mr. Martin, ask himself. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Son of a Natsume. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it! Nuts. Here we go. so. Sorry, I'm checking if everything's still working. I think so. I agree with Lord 16. Isn't your one witness before? Yes. And somebody that we did accuse at the end of the trial a little bit. So I don't know about the unbiased here. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced? Yeah. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury. Present your findings to the court. Totally unbiased. Yep.
Guilty.
And we met the
Guilty.
wife.
Guilty.
This maid we met in the investigations. It would appear the jury's leaning is anonymous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve a queen and a country admirer. Mr. Naruhoda? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Query not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights against this trial. Rights of the defense written into an antiquated British law that should have been buried long. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his ally. Up. In his ally? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not into it. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop that. But bourbon books, no, not worth it. How is that your basis for your guilty? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people had seen were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhoda, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them, at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor council. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Jonas. You can do it. Inspector in the background. With his potato chips. With his potatoes. Potato. And please already admitted. He said when green collapsed before his eyes, white cannot have been victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in the winter. Poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Excuse me! A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. Huh? The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see, that must be very hard. I cut to the union every morning to find out what needs to be doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop. What? Another coincidence? Another coincidence. That's right. Meerscombe Street. Meerscombe? I have no idea how you were supposed to say that. Meerscombe. Meerscombe. Moorscombe. Meerscombe. Moorscombe. Mickey here. On the map, Mr. Naruhoda, there are all 3 named streets. Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was taking up Meerscombe Street from dawn till dusk. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from home, not in winter. Ooh, but what if there was road construction going on?
Objection!
Those 2 gentlemen are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on the Meerscombe Street, making it impossible. Which means that the defender route home would not have taken him along the Meerscombe Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have got 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from home. From the bookshop. God, what? We see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think it's in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Those are some magical fireballs, you know. What about you, sir? Oh, me? Well, alright. If there's a hole in the prosecution argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthened our position some. Yes, and we will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. But who killed it? There is nothing interesting happening. Chat does not want to talk with me. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we gotta do. One chick is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. I'm sorry for being so boring. There was one more thing to give a clear reason.
Hold it!
Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea, yes. I'm doing big forming points I can't do. I do say the kick side, like the point using it's a little bit weird. Like, if I do put some like reward on, it's not something that I can like make it to trigger to something like in Twitch's side. It goes into like queue that I have to like manually do. Which is not like greatest thing when you want that kind of like an instant thing. Unless there is like a workaround that I haven't found yet. It's my daily routine, you see. Same thing including the day you're all talking. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have just been before the 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was... There are only 4 VTubers right now still. It's pretty more small. Like in the VTuber, like the category, or VTuber as a tag? And I was pressed by the button. Oh no, there's a bot for Pixar that automatically places up in the queue. Don't know. Because with something like, let's say, Dangia, or because like the Patapon and Satsa from Dangia, I don't know how it would do with the bot. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It was wrong. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpike, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. You're at number 6. I must insist that you add that information to your formal test. This formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. You changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Delivered finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do that how to do a Susanoo takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Yeet! If said the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, white can only have been the victim. Unless I sleep over the evening myself on Galapagos Road. I knock myself clean out, you know.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Objection! Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Oh? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to the York books and purchased a number of second-hand items. He then returned home on foot. The man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed obviously.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to that. What happened to him that day? That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy street in the neighborhood. Oh my! Oh my, oh my, oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring to, of course, hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, you know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Galapagos Road. Therefore, if the person whom Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Prairie Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is the crime for the elderly to walk on the street these days, Is the crime to slip over on the ice, Is the crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but like ginger leaning, I presume. Sorry, I got distracted. I do declare that I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm getting distracted. Woo! I cannot hear myself think. What? Sorry for being quiet for a few moments. Is it such a novel experience that I'll be quiet for a moment? Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. The nose have it, not guilty, they see. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Objection! Now he took a seat. And destroyed it. Would it seem careless of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourse. Lord 16? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Objection! I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly preparing the road as he came. I believe you said it was good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me measly tuppence. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. No better way to get jury on your side than to insult them. Yeah, how to say... 16, the favorite thing is to emotionally manipulate them like, good British people, will you believe me or this Japanese fellow? Like, something like that, like, thanks man. And when I get to change the juror's mind, he's like, man, these flipping morons. You bring shame to Great Britain. How dare you? The emotional manipulation is in full force. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can say you're wrong, no? What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your work? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had the hope.
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage. No coaches would have had the hope of passing anyway, and we just turned any gentle walk back when they come. It just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his main direction around town. He's no gentleman! My God! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that book just purchased of the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man... Old man, you can talk? You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that accused so, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Ah! Ardar, ardar! Lord 1-6, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of this jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Dramatic. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. But man, he's hot. Me like. Nuzzle? Nuzzle? What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Sing. And proud of it. Man, I wish I had that one toggle that I made for my new model right now. I wish I had it. I wish I had it right now. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. Missed me! Unless you're hitting somebody else. Are you trying to hit? Was that supposed to be for Susato or for Paro? I'm afraid that's like to be prosecution next witness. I feel no shame. I was about to say, some of you might become jealous of the next witnesses, but at the same time, no. Maybe cryptic more. Later was aiming for the one using pepper. Why do you want to hit Barrock? Right, no matter who 1-6 brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say. I believe in Sussex. I know he's in. And I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. I'm jealous. Yeah, because there's gonna be a couple. A married couple. A single Pringle time. But then I was like, at the same time, this couple might not be the one that many would be. Maybe cryptic. We are gonna see later why I'm saying maybe cryptic would be. But I don't know about others. The witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. We already saw at least one example. Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. These two are some others. These two. I'm Mrs. Speed. Patricia is my name, and proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife. Aye. Look at that, it's a man as sleepy as cryptic. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've been not married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days of our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading through, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing to this at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London, Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Pete? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Pete. Sir, nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. Well, tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change afterward. Anyway, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help. At the nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the door. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be busted. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate and on your wedding anniversary. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London puppy sounds very hard. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this after. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, witnesses saw the face of a man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Yep, he is. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. Let's pause that. Two silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That doesn't sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, unlike Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you are certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite sure. It was dark, but there are street lights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a very long way down there. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other history and this is... Before sleep takes from hold, your answer, please, Mr. P. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the circuits, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, God, we're gonna see this animation so many times. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attack. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincing. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then, the others gathered something before running off. We ran straight over of course and went for help at the nearby police. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Oh yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. P. I was off duty by that point. But the Bob is never truly off duty, of course, so I was obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. P. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia to see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yoink! Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
Hold it! But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. It's fine animation, you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was on light, didn't he? But this I feel that's the worst. There was a reason why I said at least you cryptic would be. Maybe. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your... Now, please stop shaking your husband about. Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man himself. Can't we, darling? The noise when she does the yoink, it makes it sound so much, you know, more harsher. Yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable shot. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki Sante saw running away from the scene. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
It should have been me, not him.
The me went a little bit wonky there, Goofy. I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Pete saw what they saw, what they say they saw. Mr. Nachum running away from the scene of Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. If that's true, where does it leave us? Members of the jury are sure to call for guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? He would try to find contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their testimony about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal, calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict their facts, you might be able to discredit, make the jury job Fair's memory of the day is accurate. That me was a sound of despair. Goofy has a weird despair, I have to say. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be up against it?
Hold it!
Hold it! No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of police, Mrs. Pete? Oh no, certainly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. But I mean, Susato would be great in a police, you know. The Susato takedown. Yet! Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It shoots you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Only if she was single. To quote Thorbeck from Legend of Avantris, just because there is a goalie doesn't mean you cannot score. Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you cannot score. What? I just finished my beat. Beth and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Just Great minds think alike. The better fight. Hey! Kraken was going to say the same thing. Kraken was going to say the same thing. It wasn't just me. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, really, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. I'm not a good person, I can say. Hey, I can say it as a joke. If you cannot understand the difference between a joke and a true statement, then you are at fault. I fully support it. Ah, thanks! So if it's me, then it's not good. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my... Policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London cop. It has the noble founding principles of force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our swornhood. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. So, and for such a noble cause, I covered 20 miles every single day, without fail and without a crumble. Because I know that the flooding of my boots all Londoners need here to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it, you know. But so, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Pete puts up with a lot being married to a puppy like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Rolly. Like I said, we are gonna see this a lot. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. Yeah, I'm with Arianasaki here. And then, gonna describe what happens next. Going after another man's wife or girlfriend is against my moral code. If there's some reason broke up, why am I to miss such opportunity? Well, in real life, of course you never go after somebody's, girlfriend or wife. Of course not. But come on, gotta joke about it. It's Legend of Aventris. Of course I had to quote it immediately. Just because there's a goal, it doesn't mean you cannot score. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. But no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's policeman, remember, and I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Miss Pitt. No, it won't do at all. Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. And if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute Crowley will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to compliment your testimony, Mrs. Pitt. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would sell things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Hold it!
Well, can you? Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchases of the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop of the day. No, wait, she said 4, but Natsume only bought 3? After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. Alright, sir. I'm Pen of Patricia, you can take control any day of the week. This is Cryptic's ideal romance, you know. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Pitt, seeing as you recall the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? She was a redhead and I'm sold. This is a mufflers again usually. I mean, Cryptic always saying like he doesn't sleep. Isn't that like even, you know, a policeman here being cryptic? You know? Cryptic always telling that he's so tired. This is him. And this is the ideal girlfriend. Not maybe in looks, but in action, you know? I'd be happy to know. Are you listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingam is something. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean that the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Put the gun down, man. Put the gun down. Jeez Louise. Terrifying. Look at that. Barak is just shaking his boots. Yeah, just pure terrifying. Yes, she really is. I see hello with a gun inside the courtroom. Come on, he's a cop. He's a trusted policeman. He's a London puppy. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? Do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, yeah, this is the same. There's the amount of books that's the questionable thing here. I could even tell you the names of 4 books here, but there's only 3 books.
Objection!
Objection! So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. A picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingam is something. I think I pressed that scar on the thing is pretty consider all the like. Finally, minutes. She may not be a redhead, but she's cute. Her person fits my ideal girlfriend or why. Here we see the true representation for Cryptic's romantic life. At this point, we can imagine the policeman to be Cryptic and this to be Cryptic's future girlfriend or wife. I'm sorry, Miss Pete. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. I'm looking for it to be wearing a ring right now. Is it what was out of sight? Oh goodness. There is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Really? I could look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. Now, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Brrr. So it cannot be denied. But though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. No!
Objection!
Objection! Oh, I love the dramatic cut. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you strive to avert cancer from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancy. Would that be fair? He's right to me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. The policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Prior Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely.
Objection!
What? What about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen. In that print. That print? You mean to say he's gonna pull another flipping evidence out of his buttocks? A sudden evidence that I didn't know. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! Order! There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipts for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Pete, titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Leclerc. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for a Boreal, in fact. As the court had just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for minor details. Mrs. Pete's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. I truly do believe, Cryptic, that is gonna be you in future whenever you get a girlfriend or wife. You're absolutely gonna be under the foot, you know? I can absolutely, like, imagine you as the yes, dear. Yes, dear. Yes, my love. For everything, you become the yes man. But there are only 3 books on the receipt. Mrs. Pete mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photograph. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Not odd at all, my lord. I don't hear you complaining either. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. Lock it down, literally and figuratively. My goodness. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officer at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court. The 4th book has been entered into the court. Now, doesn't that corner seem a little bit suspicious? The Lion's Pride. If people have been paying attention since the beginning, this name should already give you like something. Something. And this too. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. The prosecution lists. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance! For the resistance! Until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodging that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the adept and discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? Nuts. You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. She's already married. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on these Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Nuts. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terrible precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Renosuke, think. What do you do now? Raise an objection! Always fight back! Objection! I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. And last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but what? I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord 16, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little eastern island must be lawless hall indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. How dare you speak to my Susato like that? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo! One of this land's great guiding principle is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leaning in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us the last chance. I can't let it go to waste. Defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Whoop.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print on the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
Objection! We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of incident, no significance has been attached. Pursuing the matter further would be flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Aha, he knows. I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's in order. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? It's been better so much that you couldn't read it anymore. I think that's your sign. That's what you read recently. I think I go to bed. 3 weeks of heat induced celebration has caught up on me. Yeah, how to say, the sleeps have not been good with the heat. If you require sleep, Aukos, get some good sleep. Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burned to crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. It's cool now in my apartment now. 28 instead of 31. The difference is not that, great. Unnatural, you say. And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh, were I to concede the point if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Let me enjoy my copium. I do say that's quite high copium, but enjoy it all you want. Pray, do enlighten us all. What route does this third book up? Hi. Now I go. Have a good evening. Charlie. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. Later, you Muffin Man? Muffin Man. And the imploder is good. If I could choose, I would let it be like around 20, even less. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage in this dome has suffered? Its owner! My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, I feel like my voice is trying to give up on me. As of the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated. The defense has a very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. Depends on a wind. If there's nice breeze, I can tolerate slightly higher temperatures, but anything above 30 should be criminal. In your room, there is no wind unless you have, like, you know, a fan. But if you don't have a fan, over 30 degrees, even around 30 degrees of room temperature is something. Do remember, the member of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes ever. I'm right. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt? John Carradine. There's no fancy. Oh, I know. You guys, you all hate me. When the window of outside of apartment, I get a nice breeze sometimes. At night, I certainly don't, and well, I have my room closed. Room door closed. I do have like the side window open, but it doesn't really help much if the air is standing. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Carradine, the landlord. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Carradine herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. Carradine's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Carradine's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is accused as landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. Objection! This is not mere conjecture. Conjecture? The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victims was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Carradine's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Duh! Afraid to say it was happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place was filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bullet thing. Didn't take long for fire to spread, of course. The poly furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Bride. The Lion's Bride. By Jove, the very same title that the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. Objection! This is reasonable. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Carradine was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Carradine even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, Sha. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, Sha. And all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, finish smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Objection! No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of the Caridep's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited Caridep's house. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. But there was smoke in the room! As the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel, you earnestly claim that the book found at scene was flaming projectile thrown by Mrs. Caridep's wife. Why did the lady get hit by the stray knife at one fire party? Thrown by the wife maid. Technically, it could be a possibility. We will see. I don't think we are even at the middle point of this yet. As we have seen, this can have twists and turns and things like that. I believe it is a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. It's not a no. I will never say no to any of your, how to say, ideas. Because I think that's the fun of this. I think this is the fun of this playthrough. Because, well, I know. I remember this, especially this trial a little bit better. The other trials I remember, I would say overall, but I don't remember the details. But if you guys come up with theories, I will not confirm or deny them. Because I think that is the fun of this. That you guys can come up with your own theories or what you think what happened. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little thief set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should. It's utterly unforgivable. I should be attention to speculate. Yes, you should. You're right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting on his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is the little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in fully agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Six? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessary protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been Air selection. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discords this time. I am in that case, ladies and gentlemen of jury. You will now state your individual decision regarding the dependent culpability of the courts. For the court to hear.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Now once again the GTA meme. Ah, nuts. Here we go. Thank you for the unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Narrow, don't give up. Mr. Soto, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You will still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to summation examination. I believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. It's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. How many summation examinations can there be in one trial? I ain't certain. Would this be a good point to end? It did give us the to be continued. It's a cliffhanger. Next time I'm gonna continue with them. With the examination. Quora is pretty good stream. Next time we start for rest as we with everything. We will not forget everything. 4 hours is quite a lot because this is when when you're playing normal is not good word. Playing a little bit more, let's say like action games, there are moments that I can pause talking to either like have at least a moment to focus on the game. Of course, I don't stay, at least as far as I know, I don't stay quiet that long. But there are moments that I can rest my throat, at least a moment. I can give my vocal cords and my throat a little rest. But with this game, because I read everything and I talk with you guys and talk about the game, like there is no rest, basically. There is no rest for my vocal cords and my voice. We did yap a lot in the prison scene. Well, yeah, but at the same time, that same yapping I would have done if I had continued the game. I would just continued reading. So technically, that didn't do anything about the voice stuff. Because if I didn't yap by myself, I would have continued with the game and just read the story there. But yeah, like these 4 hours of non-stop talking, like I enjoy talking, but they're usually at least, like I said, playing something else, I can have pauses where I can rest a tiny bit, even if it's just a moment. With this, if I want to rest like for a moment, I have to like put a pause to the game, which bothers me. And there is nothing to look at if I do that. So I love the game, but it is harsh on the voice. Especially because I already had a little bit of how to say, my throat was a little bit hurting before I started the stream. So that certainly didn't help. So that certainly did not help. There's the poison. Yeah, gotta. Gotta rest a tiny bit. Even though I do be a yap master who just wants to yap. Yap! Go then to your horse girl. Speaking of that. Speaking of that. It's an extra. Thanks everybody for staying around, being part of the stream. Well, the normal stream is gonna be Wednesday. If I feel like it, there might be something tomorrow, but maybe not. If there is, I'm gonna say something in Discord. If not, then there will be just quietness. If nothing, then it's gonna be the normal Wednesday one. But yeah, thank you everybody. Take care of yourself, eat, sleep, drink, whatever you require. Be nice to the next streamer. But yeah, take care. See ya!